ever since I updated to Windows 11 is OBS will change my microphone to be a different microphone device or no microphone device compared to my actual microphone. Even if I set it to the right one, later it'll just change to something else. But that started happening when I updated to 11, so I just have to double check next time. Okay, so I did manage to get a fair amount done this week. I got about 4 hours to work on it this week, or 5 hours. So I did get some significant stuff done. The next part of the game that we're going to be exploring is a town, an ESA city, mining town, Heartless. And I decided to come up. I was trying to think of names for the city, but I knew I wanted to have this music track for the city. And then I looked at the name and I was like, wow, that's the perfect name, Mole Town. Because if you go to the world map, all around it has like where they've just ripped up the earth with all these holes, kind of like molehills, right? So perhaps it wasn't called that. Perhaps it was called like something else. But then the name Mole Town stuck over time. If I'm going into like the lore of the city, so I figured it was a good name, good music track, and a good name for the city. So I was working on making some skyscrapers. We'll do the story review because I did finish the funeral, the holographic funeral. I'm gonna turn the volume down on this. But I'll show you Mole Town really quick. It's very rudimentary right now, but I made it all flashy. And then I'm in the process of building it right now. So these are like, skyscrapers, and then I have like, smokestacks with like polluted green smoke, and I haven't done the passability yet. That's why I'm able to walk over it like this. And the city's gonna have like lots of neon, like graffiti, or maybe it'll be really orderly, like because the ESA is keeping very strict protocols on it. I don't know. It'll develop it'll be developed mostly today, like the vibe of the city. It'll probably be darker too, like where it looks like these things are glowing in the dark. And of course we have to have NPCs, we have to have clutter to make it look like a city. But this is what I've got as a rough template. But let's finish. But the Mole Town. I haven't made the story part yet, where you go to Mole Town, or that you have a reason to go to Mole Town. So we'll have to do that too. Because yesterday I didn't feel, for some reason I wasn't in the mood to write story, so I was just like, oh well, I'll build this town since I need to go to that part of the game anyway next. So, but let's finish this funeral and see if it makes sense. They will always be remembered. Una stamus, una pugnamus. Together we stand, together we fight. Through life and death. The pigs are going to pay for this. Where do we go from here? We only defeated them because of Cronus 13's ability. There must be more Molarian tech we can find. It will only be a few days before the ESA cuts off warp travel, all warp travel. This sham of a summit is only a few days from now. We have to crash it. We won't have another chance. Regional powers will be invited to the summit, including the Cainite Pack. I used to serve with a Cainite Navy Admiral by the name of Bernard. He might be able to help me get inside the station. You served in the Cainite Navy? What happened? I left, for my own reasons. The Alpha is weak. She leads the Cainites to an early grave. I'm sure Bernard sees things as I do. The Alpha will attempt to please the ESA at these negotiations. The Cainites will lose their independence. Bernard won't stand for that. I know where to find him. I'll depart immediately. You might want to move fast. We might not have another chance. I know what's on the line, Cracks. I'll send a transmission when I have more information. Good hunting. To you as well. What about the rest of us? Hostile energy signature detected, 10 minutes, 42 seconds. We should head back to Scrap Springs. There's much to discuss. Let's leave our fallen brothers and sisters in peace now. So I think that was okay. That ending was okay for the funeral scene. And sets it up for Lexington to be at the conference with Bernard, with Admiral Bernard from the main game, who ends up leaving the Cainite Navy. So there will be some drama there, which you'll see a little bit of that. I think maybe there will be a part of this game where you're Lexington and you're like trying to convince the Cainites to do something different, and maybe you get to see a little bit of the Cainite culture. I don't know, just a thought. It could go in any number of directions. And now we have to have something happen here. We have to have, and again, like, we are going to be adding a lot more NPCs. We're going to make it so you can go inside all these buildings and all that. But the way that I've found to get this done as fast as possible is to focus on the main, like, storyboard first. And then once you have your full story, like, done, then you fill in all the details, and it's faster that way. Because if I try to fill in all the details before it's done, then you'll have to change the dialogue of what people said. You might be wasting months of time building the insides of houses. When you might be able to just, for some of the houses, you might be able to say the door is locked or something, but getting the main storyboard done is important. And I think that we're getting close. I mean, the plot is really coming together, and I think there's a lot of a good direction we can go in. And because the hard part is the beginning. I might spend like twice as much time on figuring out the beginning than I would at the middle. So now we're firmly in middle territory, and the reason why they're doing what they're doing and everything is established, so it's getting easier to make more content faster when we're at this stage now. We're still behind schedule. At first I thought I have to have a demo ready by mid-February for the Steam Next Fest. And so I thought it was in early February, so I was really glad to find out I have at least 2 weeks. And I think I can get a lot done in those 2 weeks. Sometimes I just like walking around this town because the music is like mesmerizing to some extent. But I suspect on shittier hardware this town will lag pretty bad. Yeah, I think it's going to be good. So now I'm debating whether to have it where you walk into the town and you have to walk into the bar, or whether you go straight to the bar like last time, from the entrance here. I think I'm going to make it so that I think, yeah, well, and that was before the fixes for the, that was also before the fixes for the micro jitter, which is mega jitter on shittier systems. It's micro jitter on systems like mine. It's mega jitter on lower end hardware. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I get a little bit too fancy. Whenever it really seems to get fucked up with any kind of parallel process. So I bet more than anything it's the smokestacks. Because I tell it it's a parallel process, and I tell it to run an animation again and again and again. I tell it to wait a certain number of frames though, so it's not going rapid repeat mode. But any kind of parallel process causes that. Like even just one might, and then I have parallel processes for this, right? Because this is a parallel process of an animation for the treasure chest. Because it's 5 frames, so it's easier for me to just go self switch A, B, C, D, E, turn off all switches. But that might be a source of the lag too. And if I just if I literally made the treasure box as a character set instead, it might make a difference. I don't know. Yeah, it's coffee. Whenever it's in a paper cup like this, it's typically coffee. All right. So I think I'm going to make it where you do... I think I'm just going to do what I did last time. And the template's already there. The characters are already in the bar, like as events. And it'll just be faster. It'll just be faster that way. And of course, this is where you would go to hang out if you were these characters. You know, you just had a really rough day burying all your friends. I mean, it seems like you'd want, a drink or two after that while you're discussing what to do next. Oh, that reminds me, I made a parallax background. It looks kind of funny. It looks kind of funny on its own, but it'll look good if you're like looking over a cliff and seeing it. This one. So like if I made a cliff, like for this part, it would look like you're looking at it over like a landscape, and with the sand blowing, that helps too. I think I'm gonna make it like a cutscene where Cracks or somebody is describing Mole Town and why it's called that, but again they all know what it is. So how do you explain to the character? That's the beauty part of having the Android with a wiped memory, is it kind of gives a chance for the characters that already know what's going on to explain it to the player, who's the Android. because the android is like a protagonist that has lost all its memories, and it's not coming back. Oh, that's fancy. That's a fancy latte. I've never heard of. I mean, I've never had that type of latte before. Tiramisu latte. It's very fancy. Okay, so we're gonna do the where they show up in the bar, but they're not gonna be looking at CNN. Okay, not this time. They're gonna be discussing their strategies. And everything like that. I'm trying to think of how to arrange them properly. Oh, hey, what's up? What's up, Black Beauty? I haven't seen you on this stream before. Welcome. Let's see here. I'm trying to think of good music that's a little bit tense, but like you're planning something. No. Maybe. Yeah, I might have forgotten if you have been on the stream before, so sorry if I forgot about you. Oh, nice. Different screen name though, right? On the battle stuff. This for it. Oh, thanks for complimenting the graphics. We're gonna try to make the storyline today. Since we got some new people on the stream right now, we're going to make the next part of the story where you go to this city called Mole Town, and it's like a big city, authoritarian, and I'm working on it. I just started working on it like late yesterday, so it's nothing right now compared to what it's gonna be. But like a polluted city, exploited and poverty-stricken individuals. But we have to have the story of why we go there. So we have a funeral where the troops have been buried, and then now you got to get back at them. We're at the part where you we're at the part where you're supposed to go back to Scrap Springs after you're done. There's a conference in space in a couple days where they're going to shut off all warp travel, and you have to crash it somehow. You have to get to that conference somehow while being these rebels. So I'm thinking that the purpose of going to Mole Town is to falsify records or something like that. Like you, as the android, since you used to be an ESA android, you will be able to sneak in and go into cyberspace and falsify records to make it look like you are a legitimate corporation that's going to be negotiating for warp travel, because ESA is the only people that can stop, or you can stop them because you have the Malarian tech. But it's going to be where, I think it's going to be where you are posing as a legitimate corporation that they would invite to a conference like this. And while you're in cyberspace, while you're finding or planting that information, you find another piece of information that indicates why the ESA is digging so furiously. Like they're just destroying this area with like tons of mines. They're looking for something. They're looking for alien relics. They're looking for something big. Okay, so. And again, you as the android with the Malarian alien computer program in your brain you're the only one that can interface with this technology. So I'm thinking that what they're furiously looking for is, because the Malarians got wiped out like 4,000 years ago. I think they're looking for like a ship or something that's like a super carrier or something like that, and the carrier perhaps has a jump drive, not a warp drive, and that would make it invulnerable to the device, the inhibitor that is stopping all warp travel. That's kind of like the rough plot I'm going with what's gonna probably happen next. For now, I'm going to save the game right outside the town. I'll fight a battle first. And I gotta give the robot his own skill tree. I'll do it later, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
I never thought I'd be the meal.
I never thought I'd be the meal. I just thought that would be funny to say. For a character's death. Epinephrine mist. Oh, there's a problem. That's a problem. Because that's supposed to work on everyone that is human or organic. So there's a problem there. And we gotta fix that. Yeah, partially this is me having to find the right music, which sometimes takes a fair amount of time to find the right music, and it's important. Maybe I'll just use the music for Moletown so that it'll be like when they're talking about Moletown, it's like almost like foreshadowing, and the music kind of is like a weird little kind of tense track. Like there's something going on that's a little uneasy. What do we do now kind of thing. It might not feel right, but let's try it. God, I gotta place these guys better, or I have to make copies of them. So that they're all facing each other. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna play just that first dialogue just to see if if like the scene, if the characters are facing each other correctly. Oh, you know what? They're not going to show up because I have to make it so that they show up again because I already turned them off. So I gotta paste and change the switch. Okay, copy and then paste. And use this switch. Copy, paste, use this switch. Okay, thanks, Puru. Oh, I forgot about that. The Molarian clothing. Puru made some clothes for the Molarian alien. He also made the alien as well, but giving him some actual clothing. I can save him over the guy we have, actually. Or actually, I don't want to do that because it will... Actually, yeah, I will do that. But what I'll do is I'll rename the old one to something else. So that I can add different clothing on different Molarians. Okay. I'm just waiting for the files to arrange by date. It always takes forever. Yeah. Dark blue. Naked. We'll save this one as what it was before. And now we'll see what... Now we'll see the scene with Zeron. Let's see what it looks like. Damn it. How did he end up looking exactly the same? What the fuck? Okay. Oh, because he's the light blue one. That's why. Okay. We can fix this. There's always so many stupid details. Okay. Sort by date. Yeah, you can. You can. Okay. Okay, but it's okay that we have Zeron be really like punchy blue. That's okay. Yeah, he's gonna look good. We're gonna do this one more time. can get you a pint of beer, and we can get you 3 Long Island iced teas. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, good. Do, 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 do. Fast forward, fast forward, fast forward. Do, 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 do. Let the android give it a try. Oh, yep, there's Zeron. It's beautiful, isn't it? I wouldn't know. The last sunset, we had no idea. What happened? The end. You've seen it. The explosion, but how? The antenna. We had the power to stop them, but the attack came by surprise. Then in one moment, all was lost. Why did they attack? They saw great power. We stood in their way. We underestimated their strength. That was our undoing. Zeron, we don't have much time. We have interfaced with the Malarian data core. I know. I can sense it. What information does it contain? Let's see. Antimatter assault vehicle. So yeah, Zeron looks good. He looks sufficiently alien enough. If the Cobra head doesn't do it, then the yellow strip across the top will. Okay, so now we're back at. Now we're gonna test the Scrap Springs intro scene for going to the bar. And I think I want to make, because it's called Scrappy's Bar, so I think I want to make the bartender be like a robot that's like just a rust bucket, like just really rusty and shitty looking, like made from scrap parts. We'll figure this out, and that might not be the right music too. I have to play with it and figure it out. Oh, and the all characters face each other isn't going to work because... Hey, what's up, Waldef? Good to see ya. Oh, yeah, we can make it so that just by default, he has that type of position. Yeah. For that third page. So, we don't really need to worry about it. Okay. Let's see how that feels. And hey, Waldef, so what is the name of your game again, just so that I remember? And and then knowing what your yeah, just whatever. What's the name of your game so that I can look for it later? A Thief's... Oh, I have heard of that one before. I didn't know that it was made by Waldef. Cool. I'll check it out. Sounds good. I'll follow you now, Waldef. Oh, we got a new one today. Or 2 new ones. Nice. Oh, yes, I do remember this game quite well, actually. Oh, I have this dude, too. I have, like, a different version of this same dude. Yeah, like in my main Starshift game, which I'll probably change the dude to somebody else, but well, here, I'll show you. This was from the earlier days of development, but this is like the dude that shows up on the view screen. I have like a... maybe he's not exactly the same, but he's close. Oh, I've seen this guy before too, but you seem to have expanded on it. Like you took like a base face and then made it like more detailed and like a custom, but like a canvas of a... Because I've seen this guy before, but this looks like the best version of him I've seen. I guess I'd put it like that. See if her nervously walking back and forth makes sense. We gotta have this presented just right, where what they do next will make sense in some way. Because we're going to Mole Town soon. So I'm thinking a little cutscene. I haven't tried it yet. Is it easier? I think I tried it in the past and I was like, whoa, fuck, when I opened Unreal. But I felt like it was easier than Unity. When I tried Unity, I was really lost, and I was like, okay, this is too hard. Bye. Well, thanks for stopping by, Black Beauty. I think just, yeah, maybe that. And if it seems like I'm just repeating the same thing, I'm basically trying to think. Right now, I'm thinking of what specific plot line will make sense. So I'm doing work in my head while I'm doing the scene. Yeah, it's a scene where it's the next part of the story where you sneak into the ESA somehow. You sneak in to their computer system, or you sneak into their city. There's something that you're sneaking in order to get what you need to get next, in order to try to crash this because we're trying to crash the conference. Okay, like, so ESA said we're cutting off all warp travel, but various parties can negotiate, and that's happening in a week. And this is part of the game, is where you're like 3 days before that conference, or 4 days, and so you have to get up there somehow. And I don't even know what's going to happen when you make it to the conference, but you have to get up there somehow, but you're a scrappy rebel movement. So there will be something. We'll come up with something. Well, yeah, as the android, you're going to be the hacker, because you, as the main character, you used to be an ESA android. But the android has Malarian technology, which is the ancient alien race, has computer code from the Malarian in its head. And so, you're looking for Malarian technology that's been buried. The ESA is looking for it too. 3, the warp inhibitor is a piece of Malarian technology. So I'm thinking you, as the android, have to hack in. You go into their computer system, which is its own map in itself, because I like making it so the character goes inside the computer. It works. It looks like Tron and shit. And then you discover something while you're in there, maybe the locations of all the Molarian tech that they've detected, and then Zeron, who's the alien in your head, tells you which one is important. You go there, you find the ship, or you find whatever, just in time. I'm just thinking about exactly how to play this just right. Well, the unexpected alliance is between Zeron in your head and you. You are the rebels. You basically never stood a chance and were laying low until you had to fight based on what's going on. And so you have to sneak in, you have to go into Mole Town somehow. You have to get to Mole Town. What's the plan? Oh yeah, I loved Freelancer. Freelancer was really good. I liked that game a lot. Yeah. It's gonna be good too. It's gonna be good. That's why I have to think carefully on these. The story isn't that hard to come up with, but you got to make sure that it makes sense. Because when I write stories, I have no master plan. I do not know how this game's going to end. I didn't even know how it would start. We just started somewhere and went from there, like a flowing path. We just have to make sure that the next part of the path makes sense with the previous part of the path, and to where it's interesting with lots of twists and turns. And eventually it will come together like it needs to. Okay, I'm thinking that the information that you plant in the computer system is going to be where they have a list of companies that are going to get invited to this conference, and you falsify records and add your fake company to the list, and give the player the ability to name the company however they want, and then you're on the list, but you're not a legitimate company. They don't know how you got on the list. They just see, one of these 100 companies. Or you pose as somebody from a certain company. Like you, that could be good. You have representatives from a certain organization. No, maybe. Yeah, representatives from a certain organization, and maybe you have some kind of camouflage where you're posing as them. Or perhaps you're posing as just staff on the station or something. Or you don't go on the station at all, and you go to a ship that you find underground or whatever. Something. We'll figure it out. I'm just brainstorming. But I think the fake company idea is better, because if you were posing as somebody from a real company, everybody from that company would know that you're fake. So by showing up as like a shadow company, like, oh, we're a small mining company, blah blah blah, then that would be believable, more believable. I have an idea. Perhaps a company was invited to the summit, but they don't care. They're like, nah, fuck it. We're going to another sector. There's no point in being at that summit. I don't like the station any more than you guys do, but this isn't worth it for me. And then perhaps you strong-arm them into letting you represent them or at the conference in order to crash the conference, destroy the conference. And then the other person is like, sure, because I don't want this here either, but I don't care enough to and then maybe you have leverage on them, so because they wouldn't just do it. Maybe you have leverage on them, like, look, you owe me a lot of money, and you need to do me a solid this time. Or something like that. Maybe something like that. No, it's cool. I like when people write their thoughts in the chat. And I since I'm doing the stream, I'm verbalizing my thoughts, and this is how I literally developed the game in the stream, so this is like my thought process. And usually the brainstorming and bouncing of ideas back and forth lead to, oh yeah, that would be really good. That makes sense, at the end. And maybe this is where Zerkt comes in. Zerkt is the pig guy. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I usually remember what the ideas that I have done before, so for me it's like no big deal to just have it in my head. But yeah, that I can see how that would work too. Trying to find the pig guy, because I think he's like a merchant. You can twist his arm. Yeah, this guy. He's basically like a very greedy merchant, and he runs his own. He's Trade Master Zerkt, and he shows up in the main game too. What he does that's very profitable is he goes to planets which are like below the level of technology where they can even go to space, and then he exploits the natural resources and the local population by giving them, laser weapons and stuff when they're at like a medieval level of technology, and he profits from that because they basically give him all their resources and they don't really know what they're giving up, and he gets off on the profit. That's basically this guy. So, and he owns a big company, so maybe he would be the one that you twist his arm to let you go there in his place. Because he doesn't want that station there either, because that hurts his business. He can't operate in the sector if that array is online, but he's not willing to do it himself, so to speak. Because they're not going to know at the conference that it's you, as you know, because he's not going to really be at risk, because they won't necessarily trace back that it was you that blew up the space station or whatever ends up happening. That could make for some interesting story, but I guess we'll worry about that a little bit later. Okay, guys, what's the plan? The space station that's getting blown up is the conference. When there's an alien conference, or not an alien conference, when the ESA is holding the negotiations, that's taking place on a space station in orbit. You, as the characters, are trying to blow it up, or trying to destroy the negotiations so that the warp inhibitor is not used, right? So, you're basically trying to do that. We're figuring out how to do it in the right way, and we're thinking so. What's the plan? Onto Infernis station. Yeah. The station is in orbit around Infernis. And earlier, when the newscast was going on, she announced, Cromwell announced that, And so that's when all these ESA forces just started like rooting out all the rebels like quickly, because and lots of reinforcements sent there to ensure the safety of that conference. And with your backs against the wall, basically, as a result. But the android, the main character, used to be part of the ESA before its memory was wiped. So you have some kind of command codes or something that lets you get into their records or into their systems to allow you to get onto that station. And then when you're in cyberspace, that's a perfect opportunity for finding out more information that you weren't looking for. Which leads to, well, why are they experimenting with this? What's going on? You know, that kind of thing. And then maybe more information about Kern and company. And then I think that Alice Cromwell will literally be like the person hosting the conference, like herself. We have to get onto Infernis Station. Somehow. Yeah, and I think the pig guy will probably be the guy that's in charge of the mining operation. Like, if we're on the world map, the pig guy just cares about profit, so he doesn't really care that he's just really fucking shit up by doing this. And he's basically like, I don't know if I'm even gonna go to that conference because it's not worth it. I think I'm just going to sell off the operation. And then you twist his arm because he owes you a favor or something. And it gives the player maybe an opportunity to go to these mines. And make something happen there too. And because the deal with these mines is they're looking for something big, okay? And I think what they're looking for is going to end up being a Molarian ship that was, hidden, that is like a super carrier or something really big. And then maybe part of the plot is that the android is the only one that can control it because of Zeron. And something. No, the android didn't have anything replaced. It had the Molarian code downloaded into its systems. And that Molarian code sometimes takes over, like we've seen in earlier parts of the game, but it allows the android to control Molarian technology, right? So that's your ace in the hole. The ESA can't really control the technology. They can't interface with it very well. But you, as the android with the memory of a Molarian in your head, can, right? That's what makes what makes this protagonist special compared to any other android. guys, what's the plan? We have to get on to Infernis Station. Somehow. Yeah, because you're gonna, the music choice, you're gonna end up going to this because you weren't here on the earlier part of the stream, Mark. So, I'll show you the city is literally gonna be called Mole Town, the same as the track, and I've started building Mole Town, but we haven't built the story yet for why you're going to Mole Town. So that's what we're working on right now, but I'll show you what I've got. I just started working on it late yesterday, on building Mole Town. And it's gonna be a, ESA city, lots of like flashy neon lights and stuff. And it's called Mole Town because of all the mining operations that are near it, where they look like molehills. So like the name of the track is good, but the name of the town makes sense for the same name as the track. And this is what it will. And I have like skyscrapers and shit, toxic smokestacks, and it's this city has just started. Okay, it's not even close to its final form yet. And I think it'll be darker. Like, I'm gonna make this city look darker than it is right now, with like glowing lights. Like it's nighttime with glowing lights like this. And, an authoritarian city. People choose not to live here for various reasons. Which I think the music kind of makes sense with the vibe that we're going for here. Thanks, Waldef. Thanks for stopping by. guys, what's the plan? We have to get onto Infernis Station. How are we going to do that? The station will be heavily guarded inside and out. I have an idea. We walk through the front door. That's crazy. We'll surely be captured. Cronus 13. Cronus 13. Cronus 13 used to be programmed to serve the ESA. This includes basic command codes. Cronus 13 needs to be programmed to serve the ESA. Needs to be programmed to serve the ESA. Hey, what's up? Welcome back. We're forming the story of how to get onto the station that's in orbit. But first, you'll end up going to Mole Town, which is a city. And so far, what I have for the story for this part is, okay, guys, what's the plan? We have to get onto Infernis Station. How are we going to do that? The station will be heavily guarded inside and out. I have an idea. We walk right through the front door. That's crazy. We'll surely be captured. Cronus 13 used to be programmed to serve the ESA. This includes having access to basic command codes. I erased the hostile AI. I did not erase the command codes. Because we're coming up with a good excuse for how this is going to work. And this is where that is being hatched. Let's see. I also forgot I have to figure out this epinephrine mist. I have to figure out why it doesn't let me heal with... it. Oh no. No, that's not gonna work because I gotta do it in battle, or in an actual battle. Because the class-based items plugin works good, but there's a problem with it that if you're trying, like for example, if you're trying to use an item that goes for all characters, but one of the characters is a robot or an android, then it won't heal them. But I think I know a way around it. I just need to test it. First I'm testing just taking out the tag altogether, which I think doesn't work. But I'm making sure. Yeah, but let me make sure that we...
I never thought I'd
Test
use
it.
the
Not
neon.
possible.
Yeah, see, it doesn't let me do it. But then I think if I put this back in... One, two, three, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wait. 4, 5. 4, 5. 9. 10. 12. I need to do 12. 10, 12. And now I think it's gonna work. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good, Black Beauty. And what's your screen name in Discord, just so that I don't forget who you are, because I think it's 2 different screen names. Yeah, and we have no problem sending you a key as well. Yeah. Okay, now let me test this and see if it works. Now it's gonna work. And it doesn't work there because nobody was dead. So now that there's dead people, it's gonna work. Yeah, the only thing that I don't like about the okay, Angelic Angel, okay. The only thing I don't like about the plugin is I wanted it to be where all items are usable by default. But the way it works right now is that if you don't put any tag of what classes it's usable on for every single item, it'll be like, and it won't let you do it. But I want it so that if there's no tag at all, then it's by default it can be used on anybody. Because this would create kind of a mess where I have to go into every single item and then making mistakes on those items, and it'd just be a lot easier if I could specify for some items. So let me see if it's something simple, because I'm not much of a coder, but maybe there is something in the code that is a 1 or a 0, like by default 1 or 0 or something easy like that. God, this shit does not make any... It's like some of this shit is like, whoa. Parameters to affected members. If this dot is usable on class, so yeah, I have a hard time making sense of this. If item mode to item mode 0 and item action dot set item. I don't know if I'm going to be able to figure this out. Maybe if I change the... It had multiple modes, but I think that the other mode is not what I want either. So if we turn the item mode to vanilla instead. I think we'll run into a different problem. I think we'll run into a different problem where it'll let you waste the item on somebody that you can't use the item on. If I have it in mode 1. Let me see. Okay, good. Good. It does not let me, if I put it in vanilla mode, it does not let me, but I bet it's going to let me waste the item in battle, though. That's what the difference is going to be.
Error.
So let me try using the med kit on the Android. Okay, good. Okay. So now that works, so on something like epinephrine shot, we would have to specify, but on something that affects all characters, like the epinephrine mist, for example, it won't recover. It'll be fine to leave it without a tag because because it's set to, the element is set to organic. So if you're not organic, it'll heal you by 0 if you die as a robot or an android. But you still want the item to be usable by every class.
I never thought I'd
Okay,
be the Neil.
we have a good test here. We have a good test because we have a dead robot and we have dead humans. And we have no tags for epinephrine mist or whether you can use it or not. Good. Yeah. Okay, so I think it's working the way I want it to work now. I just had to set it to vanilla rather than locked mode. Okay, we're good. She says, I have an idea, they all need to face toward her at that point. It's funny to have to think of things like oh, when a character says something, all the characters one at a time turn around toward her, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's just kind of funny. Okay. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I do write pretty fast. I enjoy the storytelling parts of the part I enjoy doing the most. The gameplay stuff is fun too, but the part I kind of don't like doing is mapping. Like I can make decent maps, but like I have to like really try to motivate myself to make maps. Yeah, I know. Watching the dev streams in some ways is like spoiler alert everywhere. But it is kind of like different when it's all said and done versus bits and pieces like what we're doing right now. It even feels different to me if I like start a new game over again and then play up to the point where it like flows well and everything, but like the pacing feels different when you play it all the way through in one sitting rather than like doing little pieces at a time like right now. be right back. Programmed to serve the ESA. This includes having access to basic command codes. I erased the hostile AI. I did not erase the command codes. You don't want to figure out what's on that couch. It's my meal from last night, like the containers from my meal, and like computer parts, and it's all mixed together. It's yeah, it's all just. I haven't cleaned it up yet, but I'll clean it up today. I forget plenty of stuff because I am very scattered as a person. Lots of stuff in lots of directions, and the brain only has a certain amount of hard drive space, and I don't mean to, but some stuff just gets deleted along the way. Okay, sounds good. All right. 13 wasn't exactly a high-ranking android. There's no way those command codes have a high enough clearance level to get us onto that station. Well, thanks for stopping by, Black Beauty. Maybe we'll see you again in 20 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. All right, but thanks for stopping by. What's the plan? Walk right through the front door. What's crazy will be captured. Cronus 13 used to serve the ESA. Includes basic command codes. I erased the hostile AI. I did not erase the command codes. Cronus 13 wasn't exactly a high-ranking android. There's no way those command codes have a high enough clearance level to get us onto that station. Yeah, it is Dr. Pepper. A healthy treat. No, I don't have much of a sweet tooth, except when it comes to soda. But I do go through times where I don't drink it at all. Like, maybe I'll drink it as I see fit for a few weeks and then not drink it at all for a few weeks and go back and forth. Everything in moderation, right? Did they used to have it and then they got rid of it or something? Yeah, I'm just aiming to make the best game I can make. And then after I make it, make another one. Make it better. Eventually the dam will break. Speaking of which, I want to see where our wish lists are at. I still need to figure out how to increase those wish lists. It's like the one... It's like no matter how much you self-advertise, those wish lists don't go up very fast. And there's something that will get those wish lists up. I just don't know what it is. $114 so far, but we haven't really pumped it up. Like, I need to make a trailer for Rebellion. I'm thinking about it. I have to make it at least before the next fest thing. And but I know something that would probably help too, which is if once I can show up as a YouTube partner, I can put cards in every video that go to an external URL. You can only do it if you're a YouTube partner, and I can maybe put like, it's like the little things that show up while you're watching a video, and they'll click on it and it'll wish list it, or it's the link to wish list, like wish list on Steam, you know, or something like that. Because a lot of people don't even read the descriptions of the video, even if the link is right there, and other stuff like that. Right. I get that, Kiyasu, but if we look at, because keep in mind, Origins had a publisher. It resulted in me getting almost nothing from the game, but we got a lot of wish lists, 26,000. So they have some kind of method that they use that it went from like nothing to 26,000 over the course of like a couple weeks. So they have some kind of connection where they can just pump those wish lists up. But what's weird is when you look for it, you look for like, okay, well, where's this being promoted? Where's this being advertised? And then you don't see anything anywhere. So it's like, how did they do it? You know, I'm wondering. Because that's what gets you onto page 1 for upcoming games and stuff. And I know there's a way to do it, but I don't know how. I'm thinking about how. We might even have to delay release until, you know, have the game done in practice. But once you release a game, you go way down on the list as far as like showing up. Like once if your game is just about to come out, that's when people are paying attention to it the most. But the instant it comes out, it just goes boom and drops like a rock. So getting those wish lists up before release is important, because that makes it so that it'll show up near the top when it does come out. And if your game has a high number of followers, you can see on the upcoming games on this page. See, games come out on certain days, and so some games, like, see this game, 549 followers. Starshift Origins, by the way, when it released, had like 2,200 followers or something like that. So let's see how many followers it has. It has that many wish lists, and the all-time peak when it first came out. This means that at one time 403 people were playing the game at the same time. At its peak. There's information. Where's the number of followers? Yeah, okay, yeah, 2,500 followers. So, but there was a problem with when we released it, because the problem was that we released it on a day when a AAA game, when Forza came out, and Football Manager. Even though it's not related to the genre of my game, if we would have released, so like, for example, February 4th, this is a day you would not want to release your game, because I have 2,500 followers, right? But this game has 278,000. But if I released on, this date, 2,500 would be number one, and you would show up as on the top of the charts, which gets you on the Steam global page, which gets you a lot more sales, just because of that, because you're on the front page for even for a short period of time. It makes a difference. So Origins released on the same day as two big games, and it kind of buried really quickly, but it still sold what it sold, which is about 1,500 copies. And it was about 3 months of development time, which that's not bad. And we're just trying to. It was a little bit more rushed though. This one I'm trying to do even better than Origins. Yes, it was released on the same day as Forza, but it didn't look like that when we were about to release it. The Forza date switched suddenly to be on that date after it was already too late, because Steam only gives you like if you're about to release in a few days and you say, I'd like to push it back, Steam will say no, and that's what happened. But that's okay. The publisher was more upset about it than I was, but I learned a lot, so I'm gonna keep those lessons and keep trying to improve. The part that doesn't come naturally to me is the marketing side of things. I like to just focus on making the game, but getting into the reptilian brain of somebody as a marketing, it's like the last thing I like doing. About I think this is where we cut to Moletown, and the because we get to the point where they talk so much that you need visual aids. In other words, you need like a cut scene while they're talking and stuff. So we cut to a scene where we see Moletown. The camera is panning from place to place in Moletown, and it's like, ugh, like I hate that dump, you know, as the camera is scrolling or something like that. And then that makes it a really nice way where you can show the player, but without telling the player, like, so obviously they've already all been to Moletown. They already know what it is, and the android probably knows what it is too. But like them being like, ugh, I hate that place, while it's actually showing the place, allows the player to be informed about what's going on there, but without literally having to sit the player down and tell them. So it'll feel more realistic. It does come with an annoying part, but no, actually it'll be fine. Cutscene. What about Moletown? No. Set the player's graphic to be invisible. Player to Moletown. Then we have an auto event that only activates once the switch comes on. Disable, scroll map to the left, 30. I think the bots will be here eventually. Okay, let's see how this play. Let's see how the first part of this cutscene plays out. Oh, but I didn't set the lighting to be normal. No, not the funeral scene, but save now. Okay guys, what's the plan? We have to get onto Infernis Station. How we're going to do that? The station will be heavily guarded inside and out. I have an idea. We walk right through the front door. That's crazy. We'll surely be captured. Cronus 13 used to be programmed to serve the ESA. This includes having access to basic command codes. I erased the hostile AI. I did not erase the command codes. Cronus 13 wasn't exactly a high-ranking android. There's no way those command codes have a high enough clearance level to get us onto that station. What about Mole Town? Okay, that was a bug. What good will that do? Yeah, I kind of like it. And of course, once Mole Town is built, it'll look really nice as a cutscene. But there should be talking in between. It's scrolling like this. Like if I could have it where the dialogue is going as this just goes in a circle. Oh, I know how to do it. I know how to do it. Yeah, this is very easy actually. I do a parallel process. Also triggered by the same switch. And the parallel process just does this. And it just goes in a circle again and again. And then I think dialogue can happen while it's scrolling through the city. Let me test it though. Yep, it works. She's just gonna say the same thing, but this will be where the characters can talk, like pretend that there's dialogue going on, and then you see all kinds of debauchery going on. NPCs running around. Makes sense. I'm gonna make sure that the camera keeps repeating like it should. Works. So the dialogue can just be going while the scene is going, and there can be some nice interchange while they're talking about it, talking about the city. I like it. Normally I switch up the music, but see, we're in a storyline scene where this music is being used, so I have to use it to, because that's what makes the flow of what they're saying make more sense to me, is if, okay, this music's going on in the background while they're saying shit, and if the music changes, like, the way I write, the characters will suddenly change. Like, I have to be in the mode of that character in order to, like, think of what I want to say next. And the other thing about, you know, making or having music in games is they have to be loopable. And one of my metrics is that I can loop it for a long time and not get sick of it. There's some tracks that sound good, but after like 2 or 3 loops, you're done. And then there's tracks that you could just like leave on for like 5 hours and it's not a problem. So let's see. replace either, although it does have a communications relay with a direct link to ESA Central Command. If we could hack into this relay, ESA Central Command. The local authorities send data. plan on a regular basis. This includes criminal records, production quotas, and organizations. Data. could send new data to central command. Oh, I think I have an idea. Okay, so the local authorities send data to Central Command on a regular basis. This includes criminal records, production quotas, and organizations, legal and illegal. This data is used to determine which organizations will have a seat at the summit. If we could hack into this relay, we could send new data to Central Command. And then this is, I think, where the pig guy comes in, because maybe his corporation was like just barely not able to get qualify, I guess, is how I'd put it. And so you go to him as like the one guy that you go to him saying like, look, we can make you a deal. Your corporation will be on the list of approved for warp travel or something like that, but we're gonna need you to let us go to the station as your organization. Or no, I had an idea, but it slipped away. It's something like that though, where you gotta get to the pig guy and like twist his arm to allow you to do this, and then have him betray you later. So like maybe you help you send false data, and then later he turns you in or something, and then that's when it gets really crazy. Or something else. I'm thinking out loud. Okay. Which organization will have a seat at the summit? We can hack into this relay. We could send new data to Central Command. Maybe something else that the dude wants. I think illegal business would be the best bet for what Zerg has to hide. Like, he has his official business, but he has a much bigger business on the side that's illegal. And since you've dealt with him in the past, you know all about that side of his business. And if he doesn't do what you want, then who knows what could happen. And then he's like, fine. And then later he turns you in or something, or he betrays you. No, I think it's a situation in which Zert will need to help you because you're blackmailing him. You know, maybe his organization is invited to the summit, and you know, you threaten him and say, "Look, you're gonna get us onto that station, or we're gonna expose. You know, we're gonna send information to expose your operation, and you will then lose your position, your powerful position as a trade partner of the ESA." But yeah, I think illegal side business is the best to answer the question. He has an illegal business that is very profitable, and he doesn't want that to be at risk, and he doesn't want to lose what he has. Right, it's icky, but Zert does it all the time. So he's just getting a taste of his own medicine, basically. Like, Zert is not a good guy. But maybe we can do something else. But I think that... I don't think we have to call it blackmail. It could be a a softer version of that. But I think illegal side business is a good way to pressure Zert. Some data. careful how I approach this. You're gonna hack the relay. You're gonna get information hacked. You're gonna hack it. You're gonna send the information that does what? It gets you onto the station somehow. Either a fake company, shell company, or something to do with Zergt. But I also might want to reserve Zergt for, because I think I want to have Zergt be in charge of this operation, because this is how you're going to find the ship. This is how you're going to find the Malarian ship. And so Zergt is in charge of this operation, and there has to be a way that he was not able to find this ship, but you can. I think when you go into the computer system, there will be like locations of Malarian ruins, like in the computer system, and Zeron will know where it's at. Zeron will be like that one. Whereas the ESA is digging blind, basically. So there has to be some way that it makes sense. We have quite the task ahead of us. Character asks a question. That'll do it. cat is in the room, but he's kind of acting like he needs to leave. So I'm gonna. Oh, he's back again. I'll just let him do his thing. It's like when they walk around in circles, like they're prowling. Okay. Sort of new data. We make up a So what I'm going with is that you get to you hack the relay, and since it's all handled automatically, you're sending the relay information about a new organization that has very good production quotas, very good revenue, but it's all fake, and it leads to the determination that you get invited to the conference. But the only problem is that records of individuals have a DNA record attached. So you can't just pretend to be someone you're not unless you have a fake ID, a fake genetic signature, which you have to go to Zerkt because that's part of his illegal side business. So yeah, sure, you can send information on this new organization, but if they, scan you on your way there, on your way to the station, then they're going to find out who you are and that the data about who you're representing is fake. So Zerkt will have to make you fake IDs that, of course, will fail at some point. I think that makes a lot of sense, actually. And of course, you don't tell Zerkt what you're using it for. But he finds out. Okay, I'm gonna go through the scene and see how it feels. You can type it and it seems one way, and then when you go to play it, it feels another way. So let's see if it flows okay. I still have to fix the bugs of how they face each other in the bar and crap, but I'll do that later. Okay guys, what's the plan? We have to get onto Infernis Station. How we're going to do that? The station will be heavily guarded, inside and out. I have an idea. We walk right through the front door. That's crazy. We'll surely be captured. Cronus 13 used to be programmed to serve the ESA. This includes having access to basic command codes. I erased the hostile AI. I did not erase the command codes. Cronus 13 wasn't exactly a high-ranking android. There's no way those command codes have a high enough clearance level to get us onto that station. What about Mole Town? What good will that do? That place gives me the creeps. It's not exactly my favorite place either, although it does have a communications relay with a direct link to ESA Central Command. The relay sends data to Central Command on a regular basis. This includes criminal records, production quotas, and organizations, legal and illegal. This data is used to determine who will have a seat at the summit. Outer Rim Coalition would definitely be disqualified. If we could hack into this relay, we could send new data to Central Command. What sort of new data? We make up a new organization. A fake? I think that sounds good so far, actually. I think that sounds good. And it's gonna look even better when the city is finished and it looks all creepy and shit. Because I want this city to be a little bit creepy. Like you feel like you're like kind of enslaved. It wouldn't be a fun city to live in. Maybe it'll have a killer nightlife though. I don't know. pretty cool so far, though. I like the way these buildings look. The problem with it though is I run out of layers. So RPG Maker only lets you use the I only have a certain number of layers, B, C, D, and E. So I've already used 3 of the 4 layers that I can use for objects for the city. So it doesn't leave a lot of extra for like accessories and stuff. But I might make those accessories as characters rather than tile sets so that I can fit more. But I think that the fake organization needs to be like it puts itself off as a legitimate organization, like, you know, the Infernus Mining Corporation or Infernus Shipping, you know, something that's like not a that would appear to be a legitimate enterprise. Yeah, no, I like the skyscrapers too. One thing that people always do as a mistake in RPG Maker games is they make the houses and stuff too small. So they make it so that like an entire house is like, you know, only like 4 times as big as your character. And then it's like, whereas like if you want to make the world feel bigger, you know, make the buildings bigger and make the walls taller. And it makes it feel a lot more grand. That would be some advice I'd give to anybody that is making an RPG, is like make the buildings like bigger. Of course, like I get it when it's like a little fishing village or something, but if you had like a castle or something, making it look really big and fancy is always good. And I need to have a neon sign that has a mole on it that says like "Welcome to Mole Town" or something. Like where it shows like a neon mole. And of course ESA stuff as well, like their flag and crap. I'm not sure whether to make the city like super authoritarian and like soldiers everywhere, or whether to make it like where it has like poverty and like crime and stuff. So, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Joel. No, I want to have Joel Eagle be in the main game somehow. I think when you go to the Avian planet, when you go to the Avians, he'll be, you know, one of these avians you meet when you go to the, like, maybe he's like a higher ranking gladiator or something. Or maybe he's a member of the Royal Guard of the Avian Queen, or not Queen, but like whoever the leader would be of the Avians. Well, the club on Station 11 is kind of like that a little bit. I mean, on Station 11, I mean, that club would be a little intense. Let's go to that club really quick. I just want to see it again. But I can make a fancier one, because in Rebellion it wouldn't be like an ordered first line of defense Earth type of club. It would be a little bit more shady. But so if we went to this dance club, the problem I'm having now is when I play the original game, it now feels like more primitive to me as far as like the storytelling and stuff. So I'm gonna really have to retool a lot of stuff. But since I have so much material to work with, I'm really just like changing dialogue and stuff, and I can even change the order that it happens in and all that. I mean, the material's all there still. I'm skipping past this because I just want to see the club. See, this is like an ESA club, and the music is kind of depressing, but still trance or techno or whatever. The victory, strength with the muscly arms and shit. Like the ESA is seriously overcompensating for something. And then this is like an Easter egg, because that actually is a temporal shield unit, this device, but it's hidden in plain sight at Station 11. And that's why the station doesn't, like when time changes happen, it doesn't change Station 11. And then later you see one of them in an unrelated context. So if like you're the player and you're paying very close attention, you'll know what it is. But if you are just playing the game for the first time, you won't know what it is, and it doesn't really matter whether you do or not in this part. But yeah, I know this track is like sad, happy. I don't know how to describe it. It's like both at the same time. Like it's catchy and you could dance to it, but it'd be like after the part of the night where you had like 3 too many drinks or something, and everybody's like, and it's all just fading out, you know, like that kind of vibe. Okay. And I swear we're gonna end up going to space in this game because so far it's all taking place on this planet. But we'll get to space, and I think the Zelenov array is not in the Infernis system. The Zelenov array is in the cluster, and in another star system, probably Proxima itself, because later that's your home base as the Rebels, is Proxima Prime. So it would make sense that the Zelenov array would be in that system, And it would make sense that when you crash the summit, it does no good because they can still stop the warp travel because the summit is being held on Infernus, but it's not being held in the same system as your new technology that can stop warp drive. So that's where the jump drive of the supercarrier, the Malarian supercarrier, comes in. And because it allows you to jump to the Zelenov array, because the Zelenov array has stopped all warp, but it doesn't stop a jump drive, it only stops warp drive. And the Malarians specifically wanted to inhibit warp drive and not jump drive. And so then that's why you surprise them and take them off guard, because they can't stop you from jumping in. And then you disable the inhibitor, and then that's when all these ships warp in and they blow up the array or something like that. No, the Zelenov array was on the news in Scrap Springs. It was on the CNN news broadcast. And the Zelenov array is a space station, not the station in orbit. It's like almost like a satellite, like a large, space satellite, and it produces the field which stops warp. So they're going to demonstrate it at the conference, and it is operational. The Zelenov array looks like this. And there's going to be a space battle in orbit, with the Zelenov array. So let me find it. Yeah, here's the Zelenov array. Yeah, no problem. And we are just making this up as we go along, so I think it's going good, though. We got a good plot that I think is going to work for the most part. We're still working out some kinks, but I think the plot will work. Oh yeah, and this could be fun for the player, right? You can make it so that the player can make up fake identities, because we're gonna have fake IDs, right? So what if you gave the player the ability to name the company and then also give each of the characters fake names? That would be funny. And it wouldn't affect how it would affect the main story. It would just be like a little twist, like to make it more personalized. Scrappy's bar. is kind of what I got going on. We send Central Command false data. The name of the organization, where it came from, how much revenue it has generated. We make up false identities. Then we appear as representatives of this organization. That won't work. Our identities will be cross-referenced with the ESA's DNA registration database. Unfortunately, we're all blacklisted. And this is where Zerkt comes in, because he has illegal connections where he can give you a fake DNA record of some kind. But it's going to cost you. And then he needs you to do something for him. And then he rats you out once you finally do get in there. Which leads to you being captured, or where you almost fail, but then you barely get out of it. That, you know, some kind of, it creates a situation like that. Oh, and maybe make it really dramatic where you're at the conference and all the representatives are sitting down at the table. And then Cromwell asks you a question about, well, I've never heard of your corporation before. You know, because sure, you fooled the computer system, but you haven't fooled Cromwell. So she'll be like, I haven't heard of your organization before. Where did you say you operated? Who did you work with? I'm very familiar with that sector. I've never... And then she's like, arrest them. Because she already knew ahead of time from Zerkt tattling on you. But she let it play out to the point where it could be like a dramatic capture them kind of thing, because she's worried about the android being out of their hands. She wants the android because it has the Malarian code. What would be super difficult gameplay? I'm a little confused on that. Oh, yeah. That'll be a part in and of itself, too. Because I'm also trying to, like, organize the story in a way that we can be as efficient as possible, but players get a longer story than Origins. I thought Origins was a little too short. It was good. It's good as a prologue game, but I do want them to be a little longer. I mean, my target is more like 10 hours rather than 5 hours. I know some people played it for 10 hours. If, like, you go into every single room and you explore every single place. But I could get through it in 3 hours because I know exactly where to go in it and what to do to get it to just to the next part. I want this one to be more like 10 hours, and then I kind of want the price for it to be more like $8 rather than $5 or $6. But it'll be an upgrade, you know, so it'll be a better game. But part of that is organizing the story where you have to, like, do things in order for the next part to happen, but in an efficient way where it does lengthen out the game, but you feel like it's still progressing in the right way. Yeah, I do have a YouTube channel. Yes, the backwards and forwards, because the twist thanks for reminding me about that, because the twist is that the people who wiped out the Malarians 4,000 years ago were the ESA. But how could that be? And then that's when all the information about the time travel shenanigans that the ESA has been using with Kern and shit at the helm. In fact, I think I want to make it so that the ship that wiped them out is the Raven, because the Raven's just because in the origins there's a mystery about the Raven. Who was the crew? What are they doing and why? And in one moment everything changed, but really it wasn't one moment. That the Raven was like jumping from place to place, selectively wiping out aliens in the past that would be a threat in the future. And then that's why the ESA was allowed to be like a cancer almost, because, you know, they were able to get rid of all their competitors ahead of time. And we've already made reference to it that the Raven destroyed a previously unknown race known as the Kalterans by wiping out their planet a few hundred years ago. So why would they not do the same to other aliens, right? Or other planets, like the Malarians? Maybe the Malarians were very advanced, but they didn't expect to be like shanked in the back of the kidney like that. They're mostly a peaceful race. They didn't encounter much competition. They underestimated what the ESA was willing to do to them. And they didn't even know the ESA were from the future. Like, they didn't even know that part. Whereas the ESA had plenty of time to be like, how do we take these guys down? Let's learn about them. Let's bombard the planet quickly and not give them any chance to react. Just as the Malarians were about to get their warp drive inhibitor offline or online. Yeah, the streaming, you know, YouTube's algorithms favor live streaming. Like, people see your video a lot easier if you're live streaming for some reason, and I think that they do that on purpose. Because I used to just upload, I never did live streams, and then it was like a lot harder to make progress on like getting more subscribers and stuff. The live streams have been helpful for bringing in new subscribers. And, you know, I wasn't even, you know, I was just working on my game alone most of the time, but it was actually D7 who came up with the idea of like, hey, you know what, your game's really good, you should do devlogs and show us how you do this. I'm like, sure, whatever, I'll give it a try. And then I just kind of stuck with it, and so those have been going on every Saturday since July of 2021, and it was just D7's like, why don't you do that? I'm like, okay, fine, I'll try it. But I do enjoy doing them now, and I do make faster progress because it keeps me on task, because when I'm live streaming I have to focus on the game, and I can't like just click out and go to Facebook or go to YouTube or whatever. I have to like work, and yeah. But I can't do it as much during the day or during the week because I have a very busy schedule. Day job shit really gets in the way every day of the week except Saturday. I would do this more though if I had time. He does multiple videos per week, and I always have a fun time on his videos. I think he even mentioned you in his one video. Let me get the link for it. He said he's seeing our game everywhere now, and that he thanked you and Kiyasu being supporters or something like that. One sec. And it was a video where he didn't play a game. He was just like, just chilling or something like that. Or yeah, just chatting. Here we go. Oh, you know what? I think I fucked that up. There we go. No, actually, if people tell me what happens in a story, I'm more interested in seeing how it plays out rather than like exactly what happened. So like when somebody says something in a movie that happened, it doesn't spoil it for me. I'm basically like, I'm interested to see how that happened. But I noticed that I'm a movie ruiner. Like, I'm like, it's so cool because this guy goes back in time and then he blows up the the spaceship and goes back in time 500 years, and I just like ruin it for people that are wanting to have the mystery. But it does not ruin it for me. Okay. Yeah, no problem. You're talking about your Discord server. Send me a link on my in Discord, and I'll hop on it. No problem. I'm one of those people that I just like to be in every channel I can, and then like I'll click through them sometimes if something's interesting or whatever. I don't heavily like cut back on which channels I'm a part of. I try to just see all of it, kind of, and of course I might have my favorites, but yeah. Problem with voiceovers, though, is if I have to change something later, it's a pain in the ass. and the quality of the voiceovers being good. If I made a 3D game, I think it would have voiceovers. But I think that with this 2D game, I'll just go with dialogue. But thank you. I'm glad you think my game's awesome. But my intention is, after I'm done with what I can do with this RPG Maker version of Starship, because I'm gonna run into limitations like the maximum number of maps and shit like that. That's gonna be my main problem. And when that happens, I'm gonna have to go to a more robust engine, and that's what I would call the Starshift 2.0 framework. But it might not take as long to make a game as what I think, because I might start making a game that's just an episode, right? Like what we're doing here, but make an episode that's a 3D version with voiceovers and stuff, and then it just takes it to the next level. But even 3D, I might go for the 3D 2D look, like pre-rendered backgrounds, or kind of like a little bit like the way that Octopath Traveler does it. But I didn't like that game very much. I thought it was boring, but I thought the graphics presentation looked really good. But like the 2D mixed with 3D, it looks good too. So, but of course that would be in a more robust engine than what RPG Maker can do. So, yeah. Yeah, I do have little voiceovers for when they die. When the characters die in battle, they're like, ah, shit. Or, I never thought I'd be the meal. Or, system malfunction, or if it's a robot, or error, compute not possible. I just make them say weird shit. And then if they're like one of the aliens, I might make them go, ree! or something when they die. Yeah, that's why I always use headphones, because the microphone always picks up speakers, and it also sounds a lot better with headphones on than it does with speakers. Like people with their Bluetooth speaker, I would never listen to music like that because it always sounds harsh and tinny with like no good bass or mids. Mids are the part that's missing the most. They sound really harsh and tinny, like all of them do, and so I just prefer to wear headphones and then turn the volume up really loud. And it sounds great. But it also won't pick up any audio into the mic as feedback as well. Thinking about how to do this. A fake DNA signature is what I want to do, but I'm trying to think of a way to make it logical where, like, why is this too easy? Like, okay, You're the android. You can get into the ESA. You can send false data. You can set up the fake corporation. You can do the fake revenue numbers. That all works. But your DNA signatures are criminal. Like, they know you're criminals if they scan your DNA because you're rebels, right? So you have to have a fake ID that. One sec, my phone's ringing. A local restaurant or food establishment, Fiamma Burger, wants me to be in there on Monday morning because they're getting a new POS system, and they want me there because they're switching out all their networking equipment, and they don't want it to be fucked up when they hook it all up, or not be able to figure it out, and then not be able to ring customers up for burgers and shit. So I'll be there Monday morning to work on that. But at least the call wasn't like a, you have to do something now kind of call, which happens sometimes. I know, my heart just sinks whenever the phone rings. It makes me go whenever it rings. And then if it happens like 4 times in a row, I'm like, okay, I'm done working on my game right now. It really takes me out of the creative mindset. Okay. know. I just wish that weekends were like 4 days instead of 1, or instead of 2 days. Actually, we did get a generous donation the other day. We got like a $2,000 donation that came from a church, a local church. So that's good for Homes Now. So those happen sometimes. It's nice. And the donations usually don't come through a call. They usually come through a surprise letter in the mail. A lot of people want to be anonymous. They just want to donate and not have you know who they are. And just there's a lot of people that have money and they will donate, but they don't want you to hit them up for money later, and so they donate anonymously. And they don't care. Some don't care about recognition. They just want to donate and not be like recognized for it or pumped up about. There's quite a few out there like that. So I'm trying to figure out a way to where the ESA has a genetic database, a DNA database. It has everybody in it, and it has who's who and their criminal history. Now you get a fake ID, but since you still have the same DNA, how does this fake ID work? You could have a fake name on it, but the DNA associated with that name won't match you as a character or as your team. So how do we make the DNA signature match so that they go, yeah, you really are who you say you are when you're actually fake? I'm thinking of an idea that might work, but I don't know if it's stupid or not. When you get the fake ID, you have to spray yourself down like with like some kind of spray, and the spray will have a thin layer of the designated DNA pattern, and so when they scan you, it checks out, but after a while the spray wears off, like it flakes off, and so at any moment, at any gate you go through, you can be detected for who you really are. But as long as the spray holds, which it can only hold for a few hours, then that's what gets you through. some kind of DNA spray. But maybe there's a better idea. I don't know. No, they're not fake people, Mark Karasika. I see what you mean, but you can make up the fake organization, but you can't make up the fake people. So when Zerk gives you these IDs, he's giving you the IDs of dead people that have died, but the ESA doesn't know that they've died. According to their records, they're alive. Because their death has not been reported yet. They just haven't shown up at a spaceport for quite some time. Maybe they're in the middle of something. And then you go through security checkpoints, and it's like, is this gonna work this time, or are they gonna find us out now? And then eventually, kind of near the end of when you're on the station, you go through and it goes, and then some crazy shit happens at that point where you have to fight your way through. I don't know. I'm thinking about it, but I think the spray is a good idea. Because the DNA signature is, on record, so and the spray is very expensive. Let's put it like that. So you can't just have an unlimited amount of spray because it's extremely expensive, and I don't know. Maybe the spray. I'm kind of thinking something like a spray, but maybe not a literal spray can of liquid or material. Maybe something more digital. No, we don't. We're not going to do invisibility because we could do invisibility, but it wouldn't matter because the scanner would still be able to scan you when you're going through the choke points, even if you're invisible. And you're literally trying to fake that you're a corporation and that you're representing that corporation at this political conference or whatever the fuck it is, in order for you to get to Alice Cromwell, who's organizing this whole thing, and disable the array as a result. So you are trying to be there, but you have to have a fake identity. But you're not famous enough in this game where the powers that be really know who you are, but you show up in database as criminals. So there's a way that you can end up getting through security, but it has to be tension and temporary. Well, a digital spray might be a device that puts off a signature that is a fake DNA signature, maybe like a little power cell that it's where it emits that field, but that's a little bit weird too. Something like that, though. Or maybe an injection. You get injected with a fluid, and when they do a blood test, it shows that the DNA is sound, but you can't just keep taking more injections because you're literally inserting foreign DNA, and it's dangerous to do this. There's side effects, and so it's only going to last so long. And if you keep taking it, you're going to do damage to yourself. I think that would be a good way to do it. Yeah, it is a disguise. It is a disguise because you're making the DNA different than what's in their database when they're cross-referencing criminal records and stuff like that. Well, the digital code would be good for the robots and the android. That would be digital code injection. But as for the organic life forms, I think you go to Zerkt, who gives you fake IDs. Those IDs have to line up with DNA records. The IDs he gave you are people that are dead, but they still show up as alive because their deaths haven't been reported yet. And you get an injection of that DNA because maybe there's like an electronic scanner that just scans your blood, and that's how it works or whatever, and then it shows up as the correct DNA. But then after a while it wears off and you can't keep taking it, otherwise it'll kill you. So you're on borrowed time and you only have 5 hours, you know. And like the ruse isn't gonna last for long. Yeah, and then one of the characters does get sick from it or dies from it or something. Like, it's not good. It's very risky. Not only are you in danger of getting caught, but you're doing physical damage to yourself by faking your DNA in order to get through security. I think that could work. I think the injection idea is really good. And then the digital code injection is good for the non-organic team members. No, at her core, at Gianna's core, she is still biological. She can take that, but that's the advantage of cyborgs. They can take healing items from both cybernetic and organic, but her DNA would still be the same, even if she had electronic components. Oh, but maybe she's the one that gets sick, because maybe the cybernetic components are tied to her physiology, and so by altering her DNA in that way, she's making her body reject the implants and gets really sick from it. Maybe she's the one that gets sick, because it's very risky to do that, and you know, the cyborg stuff is even more variables on top of that. I think it makes sense for her to be the one that gets sick, and her cybernetic implants are being rejected because of the change that she's made. experience the flow of this part one more time. Because I'm trying to be as concise as possible, but it's always a lot of information, so I don't want it to drag on too long if it drags on too long. And maybe cut, instead of just Mole Town, we cut to other scenes too. We can do that if we need to. Okay guys, what's the plan? We have to get onto Infernis Station. How are we going to do that? The station will be heavily guarded, inside and out. I have an idea. We walk right through the front door. Or maybe we walk right through the airlock or something, rather than door. That's crazy. We'll surely be captured. Cronus 13 used to be programmed to serve the ESA. This includes having access to basic command codes. I erased the hostile AI. I did not erase the command codes. Cronus 13 wasn't exactly a high-ranking android. There's no way those command codes have a high enough clearance level to get us onto the station. What about Mole Town? What good will that do? That place gives me the creeps. It's not exactly my favorite place either, although it does have a communications relay with a direct link to ESA Central Command. The relay sends data to Central Command on a regular basis. This includes criminal records, production quotas, and organizations, legal and illegal. This data is used to determine who will have a seat at the summit. Outer Rim Coalition would definitely be disqualified. If we could hack into this relay, we could send new data to Central Command. What sort of new data? We make up a new organization. A fake? We send Central Command false data, the name of the organization, where it came from, how much revenue it has generated. We make up false identities. Then we appear as representatives of this organization. That won't work. Our identities will be cross-referenced with the ESA's DNA registration database. Unfortunately, we're all blacklisted. I know somebody who can get us fake IDs. How do we get around the DNA database? It's risky. I think actually, right after it's risky, it will cut to another scene. It'll either cut back to Scrappy's, or it'll go to another scene where maybe it's showing a diagram of the procedure for the injections or whatever. Either we go back to Scrappy's, or we show a cutscene of like a diagram of like some compound going throughout the body or something, and then describing what it's called. I'm trying to think, but I think right after this line, "It's risky," is when it cuts away from this city. Because we've established why we're going to this city. It's the communications array. But you're going to need fake IDs. And it's going to be really tough it's going to be really risky to do this plan. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's see. We can do. Let's see if we can make. Let's see if we can make a diagram. I'll just play with the. I'll tease the idea really quick. Play with it. Let's see if it's quick enough or not. Let's see if there's something easy on Pixabay. Maybe, maybe not. We look for injection. Of course, it's all COVID. We need like a medical diagram of some like liquid going throughout the body or something. Even something like this might work because, oh yeah, something like this, yeah. Something very much like that. But yeah, this could work. But then we'll draw something to make it look like stuff is flowing. This is the thing I really like about this site is that everything on it is free to use and no credit is needed. You just can use it for whatever you want. And it's a really good site. It's kind of like whereas on Google Images, it's basically like probably everything on there you're not allowed to use, like officially. I'm gonna give this a try. Yeah, it's all COVID. The default color is probably the best. And then, oh, you know what I could do? You know what I think might work on this is if we do something with this DNA to make it look like it's being changed, and then on this side we have like our own style of like what it's doing to the body. Like we get rid of this, like get rid of this entirely and put something else on top of it that shows like data. And we make it black, like everything else. That white border. Although maybe, yeah, that's better because the whole thing looks rounded. trying to think of what this is going to look like. What it's going to be called. DNA altering substance. It's basically like temporary gene therapy or Speaking of COVID, we could have it actually maybe be a retrovirus. It's an injection that's a retrovirus. And it's basically gene therapy, and it changes the DNA it changes your DNA to start producing this other DNA. But it's causing damage the entire time. And it has to be undone with another injection. So another injection undoes the damage. And as it keeps changing, as your DNA keeps changing, you're getting sicker and sicker. It's kind of like radiation poisoning. And at a certain point, Gianna gets sick before the others. And the virus's only purpose is not to make you sick. It's to change your DNA into something else temporarily. But obviously you can't just change into another person without there being all kinds of side effects. And oh yeah, and I can describe how the virus changes the DNA and all that. So I can get an illustration of a virus. I like the virus that looks like a hexagonal or octagonal shape with like legs on it. Like that's the type of virus I'm trying to use. Let's see. Okay. Let me look it up on Google Images. Yeah, this is the one I'm looking for. This type of virus. Virus clip art. Virus complex. One sec, I'm getting another phone call. Hey, the bots are here. converting an SVG file, which is a vector file, which means it's perfectly sharp no matter how big or how small it is. And it'll let me take pieces of it out, including those viruses, and I can paste them into Photoshop from Illustrator. All good though. I will. Actually, I'll go back and then I'll select just that black line part and delete that part. What do we call the virus? We have to call it something. We call it some kind of shady street name, like a something virus. Maybe call it a splicer or something. We use a splicer. What's that? It's a virus. Splicer. nicer. And then down here, I think I want to make another triangle that, or not triangle, square that that shows like that the DNA is changing in some way, like one DNA strand versus another. One that shows the color coding on it that's different. Where it shows the four whatevers, the guanine, cytosine, adenine, and whatever the other one is. I know how it works, but I don't remember the exact names. trying to illustrate the picture where it shows like the DNA turning into something else, like the one strand turning into another. But so I tried arrows. I'm trying a way to make it look like it transforms. Oh, I know. I can use the symbol. I can use the symbol that's basically like the one arrow on top and one arrow on the bottom. Like refresh icon. Something like this. But maybe having it where it only goes one way, like this. I'll just do it like this. It's easier. Oh, no worries. I'm not worried. I'm just glad you're enjoying the stream. I kind of like it with red eyes. What do you guys think about the red eyes? I don't forget the phone call. The phone call doom. It happens a lot. Something. It's going to be called a DNA transformation or something like that, but maybe a little bit. Maybe just call it a DNA splice. But it doesn't fit. Yeah, the phantom phone call or phantom vibration of the phone, I do have that, where I feel like it's going off when it's not. There's one thing I gotta do though, because the dialog box is gonna take up this part of the screen, right? So I need to move one of these somewhere else. Same height as this, and then we move it over to where the DNA is. That makes sense. Okay, I think this is good enough for now for us to, I mean, we could change this picture later to be better, but I think it's sufficient for now. Oh, I see. I see. You're on your channel as well, live right now. Got it. Okay, I'm gonna see what this looks like in game with some dialogue underneath it. Okay guys, what's the plan? Get on to Infernis Station. How we're gonna do that. Heavily guarded inside and out. Do not erase the command codes. There's no way to... Those command codes have a high enough clearance. What about Old Town? What good will that do? That place gives me the creeps. It's not exactly my favorite place either, although it does have a communications array. The relay sends data to Central Command on a regular basis. This includes criminal records, production quotas, and organizations, legal and illegal. This data is used to determine who will have a seat at the summit. Outer Rim Coalition would definitely be disqualified. If we could hack into this relay, we could send new data to Central Command. What sort of new data? We make up a new organization. A fake? We send Central Command false data, the name of the organization, where it came from, how much revenue it has generated. We will make up false identities. Then we appear as representatives of this organization. That won't work. Our identities will be cross-referenced with the ESA's DNA registration database. Unfortunately, we're all blacklisted. I know somebody who can help us get at fake IDs. How do we get around the DNA database? It's risky. Do we use a splicer? I think it works. Maybe we would spice up this image a little bit, putting more like explanations on it or something. But overall, I think it looks okay. Let's see. Thanks. Sometimes I don't know whether it's too cheesy or not, like, because I do have a little bit, I would say it's not insurmountable, but I have a little tiny bit of the problem of, since I like hack and slash everything together, it doesn't always have the exact same art style. So I don't know whether it's too far or not. Sometimes, I guess that's how I'd put it. see, so far you guys can see we've gone in a totally different direction from like we're doing the story right now, and we went in a totally different direction than where I even thought it would end up going when we first started the stream today. So now it's like in a different direction, and it's going to be pretty interesting, I think. Yeah, and usually it ends up, the on-the-fly changes usually end up being better than with the original idea. So, like, imagine if, like, I had just planned it all out from start to finish. I think it would be a worse story, and it would be more predictable, probably. Like, a lot of times, this way that we write the story, it ends up being where a twist leads to an even bigger twist, which leads to an even bigger twist. And that's kind of like how I really like twists, but you can't have it be the wrong twist, though. Otherwise, it pisses people off. Right, correct, yeah. If you don't even see it coming, then the player won't either, but they'll go, whoa, when they do. Because when you're making the game, it's almost like you're beating it into your head again and again and again, and it's almost like predictable to you because you developed it and you're having to play it over and over and over again. But somebody that's playing for the first time will have a fresh experience, and it will be like exciting enough to keep them playing. Hopefully. Like you have 1 minute to get them interested enough to play 5 minutes, which gives them interest enough to play 10 minutes, and so on. Because there's games that mess it up. You'll see where either like you start the game and it seems cool, and then like you lose interest like an hour in, or other games that just keep you hooked the whole time, where you literally play it all the way through because you need to find out what happens next. And then games that do a good job at hooking you from the start, and then after a while the timing gets off, and then you'll quit the game before you finish it, even though you'll say it's a good game. So getting them hooked on the story is my main goal. The gameplay will never be perfect, though, but if you have a good story, it mostly carries the day. In an RPG especially, it's the most important part. I mean, role-playing game, you're playing the role of a character, so if it's a boring story, it doesn't matter how good the game is, the gameplay is, it's not going to be well-liked, you know, so. But if you can do both, good gameplay and good story and good graphics and good music, it can potentially be a hit or a legend. Yeah, the twists are good. Oh, speaking of which, Star Ocean 3. I really liked the twist. Some people hated the twist. I thought it was kind of a cool twist, though. But yeah, that one gets a lot of love-hate, that one twist. Of course, the twist being you find out halfway through the game that you're in a video game, and the time gate gets you out of the video game into the real world. It's not just a time gate. And that was the twist. So then you're like outside of the game world as the game characters in the real world, and you're trying to convince them to like leave the simulation going. Bots. Gotta love the bots. Looking for a word that's like antidote. but like not that word, something that indicates reverse splicing. Like, you know, we could die, you know, as long as we take the antidote or something, a word like antidote, you know, after a certain amount of time, we'll be okay, you know, something like that. I think I'll just say reverse the splice. As long as we reverse the splice. Retro splice, but would retro splice? Let me like make sure. Based on the retroactive, designating the style of an earlier time. Yeah, that works. So we can call it a retro splice. As we retro splice something. Right, but it's setting the DNA to a time when it was in the past, meaning the way it used to be. I think a retro splice works. It's a weird term, but I think it makes sense actually. But thinking about this objectively, this is kind of a crazy plan for these characters to be doing. So the idea is that we only need to splice for a few hours. You know, so if we only need a splice, only needs to be in place for a few hours. Retro splice. long before any side effects begin to emerge. And surprise, surprise, you end up on that station for longer than you should, and it does start to have side effects. And Gianna goes down quick because of her cybernetic implants, which will be an unforeseen variable. Only needs to be active for a few hours. Reverse the process and retro splice in time, there should be no long-term damage. Reverse the process and retro splice in time. There should be no long-term damage. And then I think now would be the time where it cuts back to the scene where you're in Scrappy's. Oh, Sister 19 again. Crazy will surely be captured. Cronus 13 used to be programmed to serve the ESA. This includes having access to basic command codes. I erased the hostile AI. I did not erase the command codes. Cronus 13 wasn't exactly a high-ranking android. There's no way those command codes have a high enough clearance level to get us into that station. What about Moletown? What good will that do? That place gives me the creeps. It's not exactly my favorite place either. Although it does have communications relay with a direct link to ESA Central Command. The relay sends data to Central Command on a regular basis. This includes criminal records, production quotas, and organizations, legal and illegal. Data is used to determine who will have a seat at the summit. Outer Rim Coalition would definitely be disqualified. If we could hack into this relay, we could send new data to Central Command. What sort of new data? We make up a new organization. Fake? We send Central Command false data and the name of the organization, where it came from, how much revenue. We make up false identities and we appear as representatives of this organization. That won't work. Our identities will be cross-referenced with the ESA's DNA registration database. Unfortunately, we're all blacklisted. I know somebody who can get us fake IDs. How do we get around the DNA database? It's risky. We use a splicer. It can be programmed to change our DNA to match our fake ID. Are you serious, Cracks? A synthetic virus? Splicers are dangerous. We could die. A splice only needs to be active for a few hours. This is long before any side effects would begin to emerge. If we reverse the process and retro-splice in time, there should be no long-term damage. I don't know how I feel about this plan. Isn't there something else we could try? Yeah, I think that sounds pretty good, actually. I think that works. That part works. And now we're clearly set up for Moletown. Then we got to go to Moletown, and who's your contact? His name is Zerkt. And when you get there, Zerkt doesn't just give you the IDs, he makes you do something for him to get those IDs. They don't come cheap. And that will be another phase. Yeah. Since we're going to be... Oh, damn it. I hate when RPG Maker does that. When you try to double click on a music track and it just goes, and then from there you have to close it and open it back up again for it to show up. Or for it to work with any music track. It's like a stupid bug that I run into a lot. It usually happens when you try to play tracks that are longer. Because for some reason, RPG Maker is not good at handling tracks that are more than like 2 minutes long. Gianna's gonna be the ironic one by saying, like, it's gonna be fine, it's only for a few hours, and then she's the one that gets taken down. Maybe not dies, but gets seriously close. And the bots really came in. They weren't here for most of the day, and then we must have called them in somehow. Aren't the Masati infamous, notorious? Aren't the Masati notoriously greedy? The dialogue that's happening now is after the DNA diagram, Mari says, "I don't know how I feel about this. Isn't there something else we could try?" Crack says, "I can't think of anything else that would work on such short notice. We only have a few days until the summit." Flux, Gianna says, "I'm nervous too, but I think it's our best shot right now. It should be okay if it's only for a few hours." Soren says, "Who's your contact in Moletown?" Crack says, "Trade Master Zerkt, a Masati merchant." Soren says, "Aren't the Masati notoriously greedy?" I don't think YouTube filters it if you're a moderator. I think it does filter if you say it as a normal person in the stream. Okay, so now now that scene is complete, and we'll play it over again just so we can play the whole thing. And then we're primed on our path to go right to Mole Town now, right after this scene we just did today. So here we go. Okay guys, what's the plan? We have to get onto Infernis Station. How we're gonna do that? The station is heavily guarded inside and out. I have an idea. We walk right through the main airlock. That's crazy. We'll surely be captured. Cronus 13 used to be programmed to serve the ESA. This includes having access to basic command codes. I erased the hostile AI. I did not erase the command codes. Cronus 13 wasn't exactly a high-ranking android. There's no way those command codes have a high enough clearance level to get us onto that station. What about Mole Town? What good will that do? That place gives me the creeps. It's not exactly my favorite place either. Although it does have a communications relay with a direct link to ESA Central Command. The relay sends data to Central Command on a regular basis. This includes criminal records, production quotas, and organizations, legal and illegal. This data is used to determine who will have a seat at the summit. Outer Rim Coalition would definitely be disqualified. If we could hack into this relay, we could send new data to Central Command. What sort of new data? We make up a new organization. A fake? We send Central Command false data, the name of the organization, where it came from, how much revenue it has generated. We make up false identities, and we appear as representatives of this organization. That won't work. Our identities will be cross-referenced with the ESA's DNA registration database. Unfortunately, we're all blacklisted. I know somebody who can get us fake IDs. How do we get around the DNA database? It's risky. We use a splicer. It can be programmed to change our DNA to match our fake IDs. Are you serious, Cracks? A synthetic virus? Splicers are dangerous. We could die. Splice only needs to be active for a few hours. This is long before any side effects would begin to emerge. If we reverse the process and retro-splice in time, there should be no long-term damage. I don't know how I feel about this. Isn't there something else we could try? I can't think of anything else that would work on such short notice. We have only a few days until the summit. I'm nervous too, but I think it's our best shot right now. It should be okay if it's only for a few hours. Who's your contact in Mole Town? Trademaster Zerkt, a Masati merchant. He operates heavily in Mole Town. Aren't the Masati notoriously greedy? Yes, and Zerkt is no exception. What will he expect in return for these fake IDs and splicers? I don't know exactly. There's only one way to find out. Mole Town. We better get moving. We don't have any time to waste. I'm so tired. We haven't slept for days. Cronus 13 will drive. We'll sleep on the way. Please specify coordinates. Mole Town is located at coordinates 151.02, 154.07, around 250 kilometers to the southeast. Just follow the road and you'll find it. Come on, let's go. We don't have any time to waste. I think that works. I think that's solid. Do, 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 do. Ding, 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 ding. Oops. Problem number one. Mole Town. Oh, I can just change it to that and it'll work. Yeah, and the story does make sense. Like, it doesn't feel like the flow is off when I play it, because I sometimes when I'm offline I do play it over again and spend like an hour just like, okay, let me go through this whole thing, and does this make sense? Is there things that need to be changed or improved? And I do try to improve it a little each time, but like for me it's more about if it makes sense, or if I contradict myself or whatever, which does happen when you change the idea later. I'm doing good. Welcome, Yasko TV. Oh, I forgot to get rid of the parallel process too. I gotta fix the passability, but I don't feel like it right now. But I am gonna experiment with making it like darker, like making it look more gloomy. Almost. See, this is what I'm talking about, though. Not quite, but like a lighter version of this where it looks like kind of scary, but you'll have like, we'll have like neon signs and stuff, so it'll be like bright and glowy, but dark. But this is too dark. This is a little too dark. But, yeah, this is the right idea. try a negative 40. What if we do the same thing, but we tint it toward the red? But I think that's going to make it look like it's not dark, or like as creepy dark. Because that blue darkness is what makes it look kind of creepy. See, this is what red darkness looks like, and it doesn't look as scary. And it looks too red because all the buildings are red. So it's got to be that blue, that harsh blue light. But maybe we can make it even more subtle, slightly more subtle than it was. Or we make it darker, but we have more lights on it so that it looks more like a creepy city at night. This is okay. I want to look at it again when it's darker again. One more test toast. Okay. Compare it to the when it was like straight dark or night. Dark versus night. Dark night. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know which one I like better. I almost feel like this level of darkness would work if I lit up the whole city like I've lit up the skyscrapers with like street lights and stuff. We had neon signs. And like maybe people burning little fires or something. Burn barrels. I can say it looks pretty creepy, yeah. Well, right, I'm saying right now when the city's mostly empty, this looks like it's a little too dark. But I feel like if I put all the lights and everything up, like where I'm supposed to, all throughout, it'll look just right. I gotta have like street lights and neon signs and stuff. Like this could be like the name of a business above on this building here, you know. And you could have like a neon sign that says "Welcome to Mole Town," and then it has like a smiling mole that's all glowy neon and shit. Yeah, I hope I can. I believe it was 9:13. That's my default spotlight size. Up. Oh, one sec. Somebody's at my door. I think for now I've reached my limit. So this was a good day. We got a lot done. 7 hours nearly. I plan to do more on the city in the next week, and there should hopefully be something cool to show by next Saturday. That it'll be a lot better than it is now. If I have time, and I think I will, but I don't know. So I think for now we have to call it quits. So everybody, you have a wonderful weekend, and good luck out there.